Everybody. You were waiting for the notification last night, but it never came. Yeah, I was sleeping. It took me 2 days to recover from messing up my sleep from that Nintendo Direct, honestly. If I get 4.5 hours sleep, that's just a recipe for disaster. Because then I take a nap, and then I sleep way longer than I should. Yeah. Took a little bit to turn that around. Nintendo screwed up my streaming schedule so they can wake me up to let me know that they're charging $40 for Mario Galaxy or $70 from Galaxy 1 and 2. $30 DLC for a game that's not even out yet. Yeah. Rude awakening. Man, I swear, eBay keeps putting... This has got to be the most obnoxious thing I've ever seen. They now are putting an FAQ powered by AI in the middle of the listings. Questions you may have answered with eBay AI. No, I'm good, eBay. I don't want to know what key genres of video games are available, or what platforms affect compatibility, and what the significance of game ratings is. This is the dumbest thing I think I've seen yet from them. I forgot to mention there's exclusive ZA stuff locked behind online ranked. Really? What is that? So you have to play ranked mode to see it? Let me see. I'm just curious to see what happens. What is the significance of game ratings? How did we do? Bad. Oh, I'm not filling that out. Is it really necessary to have that in the middle of the listings? And they're probably going to put that on almost every page. Hello, John. Thanks, Gaza. The Megastones required to Mega Evolve them. Interesting. Well, I do know that ranking is a huge part of ZA, right? Like with the letter rankings. Maybe it's not as bad as we think. With a rare insert. I actually don't know what that DLC is. Heart of the Mansion. Exclusive Heart of the Mansion, download exclusive content. Interesting. Well, I mean, I don't think that DLC is included with every listing, that's for sure. This is about $10 or $20 cheaper than you would normally find this game right now, so I will link it. Honestly, from now on, I think I'm just going to post a lot of the links in Twitch, just so that I can more quickly... Because unfortunately, I can't post direct links. Okay, so here's the new deal. If you're on YouTube, and you want the link, let me know. I have to go to the seller's store and link you to their store. But for now, I think I'm just going to go back to posting it on Twitch only. Even though the link is long as hell on Twitch. At least I'm able to just, like, quickly post it. Duel Masters. If sealed, it comes with a booster pack. It's kind of cool, even though the key card is not cool, but the Switch versions of 7 Remake that are coming out will actually have a booster pack of the Magic cards in with it. Baffles me that they're not advertising their... Actually, it's a little concerning, I'm not going to lie, that instead of packaging the actual Final Fantasy TCG in with the Switch game, They're doing Magic. So I guess maybe it's a Magic partnership, but still, it's just so weird to me that they don't put their own cards in there. Complete retail version of Sonic. I don't think any of you would need this. Look at that peacock effect in full swing there. Looks like a really nice clean copy though. Still pretty low for a retail copy. This copy can go anywhere between $50 and $100. More so around the $60 range usually. Okay, see, I'm curious where it cuts that link off. Auction. Wow, it's actually cutting my link off a few letters short. I wonder if that still works. Like that link in chat says auction AUCTI. It's missing ON equals 1. So I wonder if that still works. Still worked, yeah, but I wonder if it like still tracks it correctly. Hello, Pat, catch you. Hello, Twitchman. This would have been the best. Imagine if all Xbox Series X games... that almost looked like a slipcover. I was gonna say, imagine if they all had like a slipcover that looked like that. It looked like a slipcover because the green was against a green background, but I think there are ones with a slipcover just like that. I think in terms of the designs, that's one of my more preferred ones, just the simple Xbox logo. I think there's a Series X one that looks even better though, that I think gets rid of this bar here entirely and puts a little logo up here instead or something like that. It's so funny how they were never able to really settle on a design. They could have always did it like Japanese GameCube, where it's a slipcover and then underneath is just a clear shell, right? They could have did like a clear green with a slipcover. I know that like it would be a little annoying to have to take a slipcover off every time you want to open and close a game case, but I think there is a bit of a psychological thing, right? When people go to a game store, anywhere where they sell games, and you see a game that's in a regular case, and then an entire console where all the games are in these sleek slipcovers, I think it would give the impression that the one with the slipcovers is like a higher quality, almost like higher class console. Even though it's not, it's just a marketing thing, but I think it would work on a lot of people. When is the list decided? I mean, I make changes even all the way up until the day before, so it's never really truly finalized. Make sure if you're on the YouTube side, remember to leave a like. It just helps people know that I'm live. Appreciate it as always. See, look at that. Let's bring back the slipcovers. I actually have no idea what's divine about the Divine Edition. I don't think I have a Divine Edition for this game. I think it's just the regular. Code for downloadable content pack with prequel level and more. Well, that sounds pretty important. How do you even get... I just want to ask. How do you even get this angle with your feet there like that? First of all, I'd get it off that really dirty looking floor. I mean, there's literal dirt right next to the games. But like, I don't know about you guys, but that looks like this guy's sitting on the toilet and he just threw this game down on the floor. Like, that's the kind of angle this looks like to me. It's a good price for this. This is normally in the $25 to $30 range for Ace Combat 3. Unless it's gone up. I mean, someone here is literally asking 60, but here's someone else asking 35 plus shipping. So the fact that this is 7... Is that moisture? What is that? There's definitely something going on there. Either that manual is really rough. Okay, the disc is not good. Oh yeah, there's definitely some kind of water damage on that. Alright. Abort. I think? Or is that an explosion? Is that part of the artwork? Either way, that manual is looking weird. What do they say? Manual looks like it got wet at some point. It isn't terrible, but noticeably definitely on the right side pages. Okay, so that actually is a splatter. I thought that was like maybe an explosion in the artwork, because you can see they have the plane here. It's like, oh, okay. I can see that being an explosion on the right. No, that's water. Yeah, I mean, there's a few games that try and keep manuals alive, but it's a shame that we'll just never really get them again. Like Senran Kagura, I believe this came with a manual. Even though this is sealed so you can't, like, see. But I believe that's one of the few games that I bought over the years that had a manual. Any horror games lined up? Well, there will definitely be a lot of horror games for October. How many or what ones, though? People just gotta wait and see, I guess. Games always end up getting cut last minute because it depends how fast or long it takes me to get through other games. This is a good game here, by the way, if you're more of a PC person. I played this one a year or two ago. Not during October, I actually played this outside of October because it was a request. But Undying, Clive Baker's Undying, this is a appropriately spooky little first-person shooter game that was pretty cool. Very atmospheric. Favorite Pokemon game? I mean, that depends if I'm factoring nostalgia in. If I'm factoring in nostalgia, then it will always be Red and Blue. If I'm factoring in, like, what I've played recently over the years, honestly, the Switch 2 version of Pokemon Violet was unbelievably fun. I did a shiny-only playthrough, and I had a blast with it. But if you say the Switch 1 version, that would be towards the bottom of the list. Like, it's such a huge difference. $40 for some staples here. Not bad. Water damage on this, it looks like. There's something going on there. No manual. Knew it was a little too good to be true because if all of these were mint complete black labels, this would be worth a bit more. You'd be surprised what, like, gone are the days of these being $5 games like they always used to be. Now you're looking at minimum like $15 for all of these, like each. Dark Cloud has no manual though, and it looks like there's something going on with the cover at 10-2. PS1 RPG series to get remade. I think I'd like to see Jade Cocoon. Obviously, Legend of Dragoon is like the most requested typically. Also, I think remaking the first Valkyrie profile feels almost long overdue. Like a real remake, not just releasing like the Lenneth version from PSP. I know they did Elysium, but obviously that's not a remake of the first game. Oh, I forgot to turn back on my notifications. Where are those? There. Thank you very much, Dingus. Thank you for the 50 months, big 50. Working on getting your eBay store back up and running. Oh yeah, I gotta remember how to search by seller. Let's see. What is it? Seller. I think it's like that, right? I think that worked. Alright, we're gonna get ready to judge hardcore. No, that's not you. You're lucky, because I was gonna tell you to make the bed. I have no idea how to search for the seller. Maybe I gotta go to advanced. I thought I did something like this last time. I never search by seller, so. Thank you, Taco. Appreciate that. 26 months. Doki Doki Literature Club. Great game. Vampire Rain. You got some top quality games in here. Alpha Protocol. Mini Ninjas. One of my personal favorites. Well, your prices seem very fair. Especially for such a clean copy. Not overcharging shipping. Nice clean backgrounds. It looks like you know what you're doing. Your descriptions. As long as you're not using AI. Well, you don't really need to update the description. That's kind of fine. There's only so much more you can write for that. I'll link your store if anybody's interested. Good luck with it. Looks like you're off to a good start. Yeah, you should have definitely put a listing in there with a hairy leg just for me to check it and then take it down. Maybe a toilet floor shot. Any visual novel recommendations? The only one that I really enjoyed was Doki Doki Literature Club, because it was pretty different. I don't play many visual novels. Nice original Xbox variety lot. Free shipping, by the way. It's a pretty nice lot. For what it's at right now, at least. Gonna link that one. Once again, if anybody on YouTube, if you really want the link to something, let me know. But the link is too long to put in YouTube. So what I have to do on YouTube is I gotta go in and give you a link to the seller's store. YouTube shortens the URL and doesn't put the whole thing in there. Oh, I have no idea. I mean, that's a tourist trap kind of place. You're going to be paying top dollar if you're buying games in New York City. Maybe at a convention like New York Comic Con or something, you might catch somebody kind of slipping if they're not normally someone that sells video games. I've actually gotten some incredible deals at Comic Con over the years, the times I've gone there. I've watched one episode of One Piece, and that was that. I just can't. It's hard enough for me to get into an anime, less, especially one that has as many episodes as that. I will just have to live my life having never watched it. Every 360 game? Definitely not. You'd have to be okay owning a bunch of crap if you did that. Are we ever going to get more IRL game chasing videos in the future? Well, I just uploaded one to my trading card game channel. Not games, but Pokemon. One of them buyer point of view things. See if I can get you the link. Minute, you could always bookmark it for later. Well, I bought quite a bit on 360 store. I mean, I do it for every console, 360, Wii, 3DS. I pretty much just give myself a budget and then just buy as much as I can. Definitely don't look forward to the day when the PS4 shop goes down, because that's gonna be rough. But I'm pretty okay with keeping up with games as they come out, so usually I pick up most of the stuff I want. Hey, thank you, Orbital. Black seed oil? I'm not sure I've ever looked into that. Thank you very much, though, for the super chat. Honestly, I think when the time comes and the Switch eShop and the PS5 shop and all that kind of stuff eventually go down, you just gotta surrender and be like, oh well. The amount of time it would take to go through those shops, astronomical. I own enough games, though, where I can curate a list for people of, like, decent stuff. When that time comes. Because, you know, I'm always looking through new releases, so I always usually know. Yeah, I'll look into it a little bit later. Thank you, Orbital. Is that Nerf game good? I don't think I know a single person that's ever played a Nerf game. Those became very popular, though, during the Wii. Nerf games, very popular. Did I see that Wizardry tease something for the 44th anniversary? I didn't see that, no. What day is TGS again? '25th. Well, I do know. Like, I don't... They reached out to me by email. They never got back to me yet unless it's late. But there is one game that is going to be shown there that I'm quite excited for. Quite excited. It is a game that is known already, though. I'm excited for Kirby Air Raiders. I'm definitely excited for that. More so than... I think I'm going to enjoy that more than Mario Kart, hopefully. Hello, AJ. Well, thank you, Bad versus Good. I appreciate that. Thank you for watching so long. Can't believe it's getting a second Nintendo Direct. They gotta make Sakurai happy. But it also could mean Nintendo really believes in it. Could be the next huge thing. Well, I've never played the first Kirby Air Ride, so I guess I'll find out. I go both ways with racing games, though. Sometimes I get really, really involved with time trials. Like, really involved. Where I'm, like, grinding 10 hours a day trying to get world records. I've done that in multiple kart racers. And then sometimes I'm just like, whatever, and I just play, like, online or single-player Grand Prix stuff. So I guess we'll see. It'll probably depend on just how intense the technical side of Kirby Air Raiders is. Sometimes things just get a little too crazy, and I just like surrender to the casual side of the game. .3DO kiosk demo. Let's see what games they had on here. They don't tell you. Baron, I'd love to know. But not for $200. Well, the thing with that Bad versus Good, if you ever just decide to start fresh again, I'm sure it could be a lot of fun working from scratch and just kind of like super curating back from scratch. You end up focusing on collecting rocks. That sounds, you're the first person that I've met that collects rocks, but like, I know what you mean when you say collect rocks. I know what you mean. Like, the really cool ones. If you ever use Discord or anything, we'd love to see your rock collection, by the way. I have a section in there where you can show your collection. I don't care if it's rocks or games, you can post it in there. You work at the largest rock and mineral museum in the country. Wow. That's pretty cool. How do you display your rock collection? Is it just like you keep it in glass display cases with like lights and like little step-up kind of displays or something? I'm not sure you'll see anything like that in the future, Chair, but I do appreciate it. Where can you find the Discord? Check my stream description. There should be a link in there. If not, this will work. What was my team? Man, I don't remember the teams in Hidden Temple. I'm not sure. If there was a green team, I probably always voted for the green team, because green used to be my favorite color. It's another pretty solid Xbox slot. Free shipping, it's from that same seller. A little bit more sports in this one, but the top half here is pretty good. Free shipping. 20 games. It's $3 a game right now. I mean, how can you beat that? Here's the link. I'm gonna link the seller's store for the people on YouTube, just because they've got some good stuff here. Is there a way to make sure the affiliate link applies to the eBay purchase? How are you trying to click on it? Do you click on my affiliate link that's in my description of like my videos and streams? Unfortunately, some things just will not track. Whether that has something to do with the fact that whatever that thing is may not be eligible for like affiliate earnings. You also need to make sure that you're not using any kind of extensions like coupon extensions like Honey or whatever the hell those apps are. At the end of the day too, turning off ad blocker could help it actually track, because it redirects very quickly and the ad blocker may be being triggered by the redirect. Also, it's always a week behind, so if you bought something like this week, it's not going to appear on next week's affiliate review. It'll be like the week following. Yeah, just try that and see. Let me know if that works. I appreciate you trying. Unfortunately, the eBay affiliate thing used to track like almost 100% of the time, and then a few years ago they did some kind of update to like their backend. I don't know the technical side for it. And then a lot of people started having a harder time with their stuff tracking, unfortunately. My affiliate reviews used to be like sometimes upwards of 100 items per week. And then eBay just, I almost feel like they did it on purpose because, you know, they're still getting the clicks, they're still getting the traffic, but they don't have to pay out. Because it wasn't just me, it was a ton of people complaining around the time when they did the update that use affiliate links. What are my thoughts on Shenmue games? Really like the first and second. Third one I can't even finish. I will definitely be replaying Shenmue 1 and 2 at some point. Just need enough time to like forget, you know, some of the story beats. Yeah, I had a very hard time beating Shenmue 1 for the first time. I remember I first played it without a guide. Couldn't finish it. Played it a second time with a guide. Couldn't finish it. And then the third time I played it on stream, I was able to finish it. And really enjoyed it. And when I say I couldn't finish it with a guide, I just mean like I just kept losing interest in the earlier sections of the game. Just wasn't the right game for me back when it came out, but you know, years later, I really enjoyed it. The third one just takes way too long to get interesting. I mean, it's just a snooze fest. Oh, see, that's exactly how I envisioned your rock collection. In a glass display case with like a step-up kind of system. That's really nice. Very cool. Another good Xbox slot. Just, if you're interested in the seller stuff, just click whatever link is, like, just scroll up a bit and click the link I put. I'm not going to keep linking their lots, but they got some good free shipping Xbox lots that are over in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Whoa. We got a $2.99 variant D. It almost looks like that's part of the cover, because it blends in. Love that original price sticker. A video game for $2.99. It's a good omen before October. A game with being very comfy that I'd play on a cold, rainy day. That's just Final Fantasy XI, of course. Perfect game for crappy weather. I can show it. It's really... I can't really screen capture Discord. Unfortunately. For my streams. D is a bad game though. Best watched on YouTube. D is definitely a game that, yeah, not for everybody. Especially if you're going in and you don't know what the gimmick is, you might be a little pissed. Watching others play with their D, I mean, not my thing. I prefer to play it myself, but if that's, you know, what you're into, there's plenty of playthroughs out there. I mess with any Soulsborne games. Very periodically. The next one that I'd like to try playing is, it's not really a Souls game, but I'm going to be playing Hell Is Us very soon. I just picked up my copy this weekend. And then there's one on PS5 that went on sale that I've been wanting to play since it came out a year or two ago on PC. Bleak Faith. Was it Bleak Faith Forsaken or something like that? Bleak Faith, I know, is part of the name of it. There's just something about the world and the atmosphere in that one that's very different that I like. I think we'll ever get Dark Cloud 3. I don't think so. It's not up to level 5, it's up to Sony. Sony is the one that controls the rights of Dark Cloud. And I don't think they're going to make any moves on that. Which is unfortunate because I really believe a Dark Cloud 3 would do way better than they would imagine. Yeah, you don't want to play Lifeline with this kind of headset. You want to use a, like a singing mic. I have played Enemy Zero, but I didn't finish it. I don't remember how far in I got. I played it for about 5 or 6 hours. But I think that game is one of those deals where, like, you can... I think I kind of got, like, soft-locked in a way almost, where I would have had to, like, reset the game to the beginning, if I remember right. Because I got really screwed over with something in that game. And I just kind of threw in the towel. Try again years later at some point. Enemy Zero was better than I was anticipating, though. It was definitely pretty... It was more effective than I imagined it would be. In terms of the... Hearing the invisible enemies was pretty cool. I haven't played Tom Clancy games since the original Xbox, and 360 rather. Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, that was always one of my favorites. I used to like playing that online quite a bit. A lot of me and my SOCOM friends back then used to play it. Like, I just had to sit here and I had to process for a few seconds what the heck I was even looking at. Okay, so it's like some kind of figure holding the game. Okay, it's a Five Nights at Freddy's thing, it looks like. At first, I thought it was somebody seriously sitting there holding a game with, like, their feet. Alright, just a lesson. Do not sell your games like this on eBay. Don't use silly little backgrounds. Just be this guy. Use a poorly balanced white background instead, please. Don't use those weird clashing backgrounds. Do I ever keep in touch with my old SOCOM buddies? So the interesting thing about streaming for 15 years, practically, is that randomly, they discover my streams, actually. So several of them over the years actually have stumbled into my streams because they recognize the name when they see me on Twitch. I'd say that's happened 4 or 5 times. And then some of which were not even in my clan, just people that remember my name from SOCOM. Would a new SOCOM game work? I really wouldn't have too much interest in it unless it was just a re-release or HD remaster of SOCOM 1 or 2. I mean, at this point, I'd even take 3. I wouldn't even care. N7 Sonic. Thanks, N7. I'm feeling like that's like a Mass Effect kind of reference, maybe. Right? Isn't N7 a Mass Effect thing? If you ever want to watch me play SOCOM, I uploaded it on my second channel earlier this year, I believe. There was a time where I did a few streams of SOCOM 2, hooked up to, you know, the whatever the heck it was, X-Link or whatever at the time to play SOCOM 2 online. But if you want to see me play SOCOM 2, if you're ever curious, like what that looks like when played at a quote-unquote higher level, and I put that in quotations because it was literally me, having not played the game since it came out, warming back up to it and kind of like getting back into the swing of things. That's on my second channel. Let me see. You just go here and just search SOCOM. You'll find it. It's like an 8-hour video. Oops. It didn't let me copy and paste the YouTube link in the Twitch. That's weird. There we go. That second channel, by the way, is where I do my gameplay streams on YouTube. Very rarely will I do it on the main channel. But if you don't use Twitch and you only use YouTube, that is the channel that you need to follow if you want to catch my gameplay streams live. So it's a good idea to have notifications on that channel specifically because it'll let you know when I go live. Competition was tough. Competition was very tough in SOCOM. That was the kind of game where if you were bad, you were going to have a very bad time. Because skill ceiling was incredibly high in that game. You know, you died in a few bullets. You weren't playing around in that game. If you didn't know what you were doing, you were dead and you had to sit there dead. I think most people would not be able to handle something like that today. Because now when you die, you just respawn, right? SOCOM 1 and 2, you died, your ass had to sit there waiting the whole round to get to play again. So all you can do is just sit there and spectate. And you gotta remember, this is during a time when there weren't cell phones and iPads and things to keep you busy when you're dead. You were just sitting there watching the game. Watching other people play better than you because you were dead. So, felt pretty bad if you were bad at that game. There were a lot of rage quitters because, you know, getting killed in the first 5 seconds of the round and then you have to sit around for like at least 5 minutes. I don't remember how long rounds were. 5-6 minutes. Twiddling your thumbs, yeah, that can cause a lot of people to rage quit. The stealth was jank. No, the stealth was really good in SOCOM. Stealth worked. Stealth definitely worked in SOCOM. It depended on the map. It depended if you were playing as the SEALs or the terrorists. Typically, if you were a SEAL and you were like in a jungle-style map, the camouflage was actually... like, you would get killed from stealthy players. Absolutely. Camping was part of that game. I mean, not even camping. Like, sometimes the outfits would blend into the environment so well you wouldn't even see them moving around. But that was the whole point of it. Do you guys see that moth taunting me right now? That bastard. Let's see if I can get him. I missed him. Oh. Hold on. Can you see me battling with this? Oh, I got him. Oh, I got him. One-handed grab. Taunting me on my stream. I'm sorry, Mothra. Nah, he was pretty little. Hello, next level. I am, thank you. How big is my Sega CD 32X collection? Well, I have the full North American 32X collection. Sega CD, I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's a curated collection, so I don't know what I've got. Maybe 40 games, something like that. 50, no more than 50. Yep. Yeah, I was just talking about Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter. I used to play that quite a bit when it came out. First and the second one. Notifications on. Want to make sure it went through. They are on. Make sure. Did you hit the notification thing that sends the resub through? Sometimes you gotta like hit something to show it DMB. Oh yeah, people used to play the hell out of demos. Demos had such replayability to them. Especially if it was like a pretty robust demo with some online features. Some people would just live on those demos. They wouldn't even buy the game, they'd just play the demo. Back in the day, me and my SOCOM group used to use a motorcycle game on 360. I think it was called MotoGP 06 or something like that. But we used to hang out and play a demo of that game because it had open voice communication for like a large lobby. And not a lot of games supported that back then. Just like open chat for a ton of people. So it was more like a hangout game. And it was just a demo. It wasn't even the full game. There you go. Thank you, DMB. Thank you very much for the 1 year as well. Very much worthy of pushing that notification through. Alright. We'll come back to auctions. I think the highlights here in the auctions tonight were that seller with all the 360 game, or Xbox One games rather. No, that demo I'm talking about from MotoGP was, I forget the exact name of it, but it was a 360 demo. So, MotoGP something, I don't remember the year. Man, this song is going hard. I always prefer jewel case over long box if I had the choice. I just like my games to be uniform on a shelf rather than have to deal with the long box. It's not a bad PS5 lot, but the price is kind of like, a lot of these games are very cheap. Gamer subs, I wouldn't, even if they offered me something, I wouldn't take it. I've actually had a few of those gamer drink things reach out to me over the years, but I never accepted them because they always had something in them that I didn't like. Too much sugar or too much caffeine or like always just too much of something that I just wouldn't drink. So, and if I don't drink it, I'm not going to advertise it. Didn't that G Fuel company or whatever just go out of business not that long ago? It's like the OG of that stuff. They came out with a new formula. I could swear I saw a statement from them that said they were like done, but maybe not. Just a rebrand? Interesting. Vintage Mario and Zelda folders. That's cool. I'll link that. That's reasonably priced if you're into this kind of old stuff. That's a really cool art as well for both characters. That's highly unique. I've never seen that kind of art before on a vintage Nintendo item, for Link especially. With Mario? I mean, that's... I like it. That's cool art. Unique. I'll link the seller for people on YouTube. Can't link the item itself, unfortunately. It's too long. In my opinion, I think if you bought this, you'd be able to sell the second folder for pretty much the price that you paid here eventually, and then pretty much like getting one for free. That would be my take on it. I think that's very reasonably priced. And you gotta think outside the box with something like this. If I were you, I'd buy it, get a little frame for it. That's frame worthy in my opinion. Put the folder in a frame. Treat it as a piece of art. Also help preserve it. Get a little shadow box or something for it. Okay, this person used look with the @ symbols and the little tildes. 4 of them. So you know we gotta look. Well, I looked. Unfortunately. What's up with that Bowser? Definitely not a knockoff Bowser or anything, I'm sure. Have I played any Phantasy Star Online? The only one that I ever put any meaningful time into was the original Xbox version. And then I forgot to cancel my online subscription for that for like months. Played it for about a month and then never went back. Then I played Phantasy Star Universe a little bit. But yeah, I never got heavily invested in those. I had no reason to, honestly. I had Final Fantasy XI. Black label copy of Air Combat? Nope, no manual. No, I never finished this sarcasm. Bunch of empty cases, $40. Honestly, I know some people do like cover project and stuff for Game Boy Advance games. This, and the shipping is very reasonable. This is like $1 per DS case. I'm gonna link that just in case somebody needs 44 DS cases for $1 each. It's pretty good. Putting it on Twitch. If you need it on YouTube, just let me know. I don't recase. I don't use cases like that myself. But some people do. They just use them to make cover project things for like Game Boy Advance games and stuff. Why is YouTube so weird? Like, how come when I click on somebody, you can't ban somebody on YouTube? It just says block. So weird. So everybody's got to manually block the person asking for gift cards. Like, how is there not a way to just hide their messages so everybody doesn't have to do that? I don't understand how someone comes into a stream and just asks for someone to give them a $20 Apple gift card. How do they actually... No one's going to ever give you a gift card. You're wasting your time. Oh, look at that. That's a cute lot. Bunch of the older Star Wars PC games. And apparently a lot more. Categorized. No, I don't think that's the way it works on YouTube. Because if I hit block, it says, if you block this person, you won't be able to see their messages. That just means I won't see their messages. I could swear there's a way to, like, remove their comments, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not, like, moderator mode or something. It's weird. YouTube got rid of the ban button a few months ago. That's... Why would they do that? So instead of me just being able to take someone spamming asking for gift cards, instead of me being able to just like mute them from the live stream, everybody has to manually mute them. That's ridiculous. This is why YouTube will never catch up to Twitch, as much as I hate Twitch with a passion sometimes. This is why YouTube will never catch up, because they make some really dumb choices as well. Some fake carts. I really wish I knew that Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. The downside of immediately making a video after the Direct is that sometimes all the information isn't out there yet in terms of pricing. I really wish I knew that Mario Galaxy 1 and 2 were going to cost $40 separately or $70 for the pair when I made that video. I would have went off. That is disgusting on Nintendo's part. They're just ports. They're not even like real remasters. It's just, that is ridiculous. I really thought it would have been like $39.99 or $49.99 at most. I mean, hell, even 60, but 70? I would have, like, if I were to take a bet what they would have priced it at, me knowing Nintendo, I would have said, all right, probably 60 bucks. Never would have imagined 70. That's just crazy. Crazy. They don't even have to do anything. They're just taking a ROM and dumping it onto the Switch. I mean, whatever happened to the, like, we're pricing games based on the what did they say? Like, the value you'll get out of it or something like that? Some crazy wording that Bowser guy used. Not to say you're not going to get value out of Galaxy 1 and 2, but I think they forget that a lot of people already own Galaxy on the Wii or the Switch. Apparently they're not ports. Are they doing something, though, that, like, makes them maybe worth picking up again if you already have a couple versions of them? The HUD has been redone. Oh, okay, so they stripped the personality out of it. Understandable. 4K, 120 frame. That is true. I mean, I could see if you have 120 FPS TV. If those games actually run at 120 FPS, 4K, that would be a nice upgrade, but most people don't have 120 FPS TVs. Yeah, you can buy them separately for $40 each, which may be even worse. should have been $34.99. I mean, it does kind of suck because it will be the definitive way to play Mario Galaxy 2 for sure. I don't know about you guys, but I wouldn't be jumping out of my seat to play that on the Wii these days. So it's one of those things where they kind of get you. Be like, yeah, we know you don't want to hook up that Wii U to play some Galaxy 2. Got to break out that sensor bar and spend 5 minutes untangling that cable, awkwardly trying to find a way to set it above your HD TV. Yeah, we know. This prized item in my collection. In terms of something that would be really hard to get again, probably my signed copy from Ueda for Shadow of the Colossus, Japanese copy. Oh, here's a big PS1 lot. Man, they got me all excited with this big lot, and it's all sports games. If they get $1,200 for this boy, that's like winning the lottery. They'd be making out for sure. Well, thank you, investor. Appreciate it very much. Welcome back. Who's dropping 1,200 on PS1 lot? Well, plenty of people would, but not that lot. Not that one. Well, I mean, there actually was an opportunity for me to get original art from Eco, from Ueda, back in the early 2000s. There were charity auctions where he was auctioning off original artwork, and unfortunately, I think I forgot the bid. Yep. And that's the one and only time he's ever done something like that. You know, it was like little sketches. It wasn't like full-blown, like, here's a watercolor painting kind of thing. But, yeah. It would have been certainly nice to have. And my vague memory on what they sold for, I think he sold several of them, and I think they went in the range of $200 to $300 at the time. Each. Eco was not as beloved back then, you gotta remember. It was still a very niche game that not too many people were familiar with. There's a reason my copy that I got signed for Shadow of the Colossus only cost $100 with no competition, because it's not as notorious as it is right now. Either that or I was just better at searching eBay at the time than a lot of other people. I'm not sure. I still don't know how I got that for $100. And it is authenticated. It's got a certificate. It was, once again, for a charity auction. So the highlights here, I guess, would be Wet and Enchanted Arms. Probably not worth that price. Did I play the Pokemon Go community today? I played it for about an hour. I wasn't, like, super enthusiastic about Flabébé. I got 3 shiny Flabébés, 2 different colors. I couldn't get the white one. And I got like 1 or 2 decent PvP IVs. No 3-star, no 100% stats. Honestly, it's hard for me to keep playing Pokemon Go every day, because in order for me to like get a stockpile of Pokeballs, I gotta like go to a park or something, and I'm not going to a park every day. And I hate spending money on Pokeballs because the value is terrible. Sometimes I justify it like, okay, today's community day, you know, $5, I'm able to play the game for an hour, it gets me out walking, you know, whatever. But I can't do that all the time. The way I look at it is you pay some money sometimes as like an incentive to help get out and walk. But man, it sucks if you don't have Pokestops by you. Very rarely do we come across good PSP lots. This is a very good one, but obviously they are aware of that, as they're asking $350. 22 games. So it's like, what, $16 a game or so? Something like that. I'm gonna link it. They might send out offers. Someone here might be looking to build up their PSP collection. Worth watching to see if they send an offer. Yeah, the luckiest I've gotten with Pokemon Go lately is a rank 1 Pidgeot for Great League PvP. And when I say rank 1, I mean like its IVs are the top IVs that you can get. So that was kind of nice. And then also a rank 1 Quagsire, you know, the Wooper, whatever, like his evolution. Quagsmire, I think its name is. I got a rank 1 of those as well. Those are my first 2 rank 1s. And I've been playing for a few months. Oh no, I take that back. The luckiest I've gotten, rank 1 Eevee, but rank 1, like when it turns into Umbreon. So I got a rank 1 Umbreon. I'm trying to evolve it. But you gotta walk a bunch with it first and then evolve it at night. So I was pretty happy about that. Umbreon apparently not very competitive. But still. Rank 1 Umbreon, I will take it. Opening gifts does help. I just don't like accepting friend requests from non-local people. Pokemon Go is just like a little too creeptastic. It's like, oh, Pete's out at the park today. It's like, yeah, I am. It's just like, it's too much info for adding random people. Well, when you send gifts to friends, it'll say where the place is. And it'll like tell you like, oh, they caught this Pokemon today. Yeah, it's you know, it's kind of, it's definitely more of a thing for local friends. Sometimes you gotta check these like random accessory lots. One time I checked an accessory lot and it had a one of the memory card adapters for PS2 where you can like, what was it? Oh no, PS3. The thing where like you can take your PS2 memory card and transfer your saves to the PS3. Those are pretty rare. I think at the time they were like almost $100 for one of them things. I got it for dirt cheap. I love this lot right here. This just feels like such a nostalgic lot. You guys see what it is, right? It's pretty much all PS2 launch games, for the most part. Obviously, Bouncer not a launch game. That's cool. You don't see a lot like this often. Missing manuals, though. That's sad. Hello, Epic. I don't keep up with any of that stuff, Hate Depot, honestly. I don't watch any of those reseller channels, so I don't know what's going on in that world. No idea. Found another listing with another piece of art in the folders. Vintage Nintendo Power 3-hole folder. Link and Mario. Oh, nice. So there's another one with a different art? Like inside the folder, you mean? Oh, is this the same seller? I think it is. Man, they make some really cool... Like, I can tell they're curating some of these lots. It's another very early sort of... Except for Hunter the Reckoning and Red Faction 2. These ones do have manuals. Oh, what is that? Oh, that's mold. Which game has the mold? Can't tell. There's no manual. I was waiting for the Xenoblade announcement as well, Patrick. I was very disappointed. Thank you, J Living. Thank you for that resub. Appreciate it very much. There was a Summoner 2. There was. It was nowhere near as good as Summoner 1. Even though review-wise it was more acclaimed, but I really didn't prefer it. Yeah, I was really expecting Xenoblade Chronicle X to get the upgrade last direct. It's in the game, like, it's coded in the game. The update is there, they just gotta unlock it. I'm just gonna link this seller. They do have quite a few, like, decent lots, but they have make an offer and free shipping, so... It might be worth, sending them some offers if you like their lots. No, it wasn't Eternal Ring. That was in one of the other photos. And it looked fine. No, that was definitely not a sneeze. That is mold. That's mold growing on there. If I had to go the next 2 years with 2 consoles, I'd probably pick ones that had a lot of RPGs that I still hadn't played or had a lot of games to get through. So probably, honestly, PS1 and PS2 could easily last me 2 years. That would be no problem. Or I would pick PS4 or PS5 because I do have a ton of digital games that would keep me busy. RPG Maker alone, I can spend 2 years straight playing RPG Maker. This is what we like to call a bro lot. Oh, they do have Final Fantasy 11 in there. All right, I'll give them some credit. But yeah, usually these are the lots that like your older brother will have, and nothing but shooting games, sports games, the usual. Lots of Gears of War, lots of Call of Duty. Appreciate that very much, Onion Built. Welcome, thank you for the sub. Which subgenre of RPG do I wish they made more of? Honestly, at this point, just more traditional turn-based RPGs with at least 4 party members in battle. Minimum 4 party member turn-based RPG in a 3D engine. Not like a 16-bit Super Nintendo style, like 3D engine. We need more of those. More, and I mean like super traditional. Final Fantasy X style. As much as like Expedition is a cool, like, hey, look, turn-based RPGs can be cool again. Sometimes you just want a nice chill turn-based RPG where you don't got to worry about perfect parry times and all that stuff. So I really like that older turn-based style. Just menuing, just choosing your magic attacks, you know, charge up that limit break gauge, you know, something very simple. Well, Persona 5 is good, but I think a lot of people might eventually get fatigue of like those like social style turn-based RPGs. The ones that have a huge emphasis on like downtime between dungeons where you're like doing a ton of interacting with characters and building the social link kind of stuff. I think sometimes people just really want a nice traditional point A to point B adventure kind of game where like the downtime is literally traversing and exploring the world or the world map and not necessarily doing a bunch of character social link building kind of stuff. So as cool as Persona 5 and the series is, sometimes you just want something a little more, I guess kind of like what Expedition does, right? Something like that, but just bring in a very simplified combat system. That would be my ideal 3D RPG at this point. Like a Dragon was, yeah, I enjoyed Like a Dragon, but I gave up when the game first came out because it was actually too easy. I don't know if any of you remember like what the launch difficulty was like in that game, but you were pretty much able to one-shot almost everything. Nothing was a challenge. I actually got bored with it. It was too easy. I wanted a little more of a challenge. And then eventually they patched it apparently and fixed that, but it was too late by then for me. What are the guest characters that I think they'll announce for Crossworlds? At this point, anything. Freaking anything. They can put anything in the game at this point. I wouldn't care. It's just so far gone. That's not even a Sonic racing game anymore at this point. I have not played Stardew Valley, you know. No plans to. Sunset Riders. The game is very cheap. Right, like I probably would have passed up on it for $10. It's not a hard one to find. That's pretty cool. Pretty rare. Anybody? Where's that pencil collector? Where's that person in my affiliate that's always buying pencils? Where are they at? If they're a Kirby fan, got some Kirby pencils. Do they have the cameo characters in here? Oh my goodness. They literally put Hatsune Miku like further out than anybody else. That tells you everything. Look, there's more non-Sonic characters on this poster. I don't know, it's just... The last beta test didn't do enough for me either. I'm probably passing on it. If it didn't come out right before October, like, maybe I'd consider it, but... nah. Just didn't draw me in enough. Well, if I ever need to wear a tie... We found 1D tonight. Any new figgies? They've got multiple new Sonic ones that are coming out soon. They shipped me some new ones. I don't know what ones they shipped me. But I'll have some new ones to show on stream pretty soon. Lost you. Did any of you ever use a controller like this? I'm just trying to imagine, like, why. That can't be more comfortable than the N64 controller. I feel like that would give me arthritis. Any big Psychonauts fans? Raz hoodie. Loot Gaming, is that like Loot Crate or something similar? I'll link it. The colder times are ahead of us coming up, so you never know. Someone here might need it. It's made in the shape of a boomerang, so when you rage throw it, your controller comes back to you. You're probably right, actually. But what N64 game would make you rage that much? Maybe Superman 64? That extension doesn't exist anymore. Whoever that was. Yeah, a lot of the extensions that I used to use for those cards are disabled. They don't even have the extensions anymore. I gotta rework all that stuff. Wow. $5,000. Oh, it is for the N64 version. Certainly rare. Never seen it before. 5,000 though? I can see why they'd price it at that. Like, kind of take some offers. I don't think it's going to sell for 5,000. I can see this selling for between 2,000 and 3,000, maybe. To like the right person. To a rare or a Diddy Kong mega fan. Looks like there's going to be a Silent Hill F figures drop soon. Yeah, they got the Silent Hill license, so that'll be cool. Nintendo figgies. Well, it's entirely possible because they do have the Nintendo. They have Nintendo IPs on First 4 figures, so they're probably still doing some talks with Nintendo. I'm sure it's not easy to license Nintendo stuff like that, but considering they've done a ton of Nintendo statues, I would expect that there would probably be some down the line. Anybody need a Halloween costume? Actually pretty terrifying looking. Can't imagine the smell of that thing if you actually wear it. Goodness. Beavis and Butthead. It was probably just a PC game. There's some Beavis and Butthead PC games that we never got. On console, at least. There was one that was ported to Japanese PlayStation 1. No. I wouldn't be able to have too much influence over that. It would be more of a community-wide thing. Like, a lot of people would have to request it. Yeah, well, the thing you gotta remember about displays like that, that is practically one of a kind at this point. Like, that may be the only one left in the world. So you gotta treat them more like artifacts rather than cardboard. Believe me, in all the years that I've searched eBay for promo items, I have never seen that, so that's pretty rare. And I used to do a lot of promo searches over the years. Back in the day, I used to do them daily. Multiple times a day. How would they ship it? Most of the time they can be taken apart pretty easily. When they're originally shipped to the stores, they're all folded up, so they would probably fold it. If you can't, then they just get a big oversized box. But that looks like it's easily foldable. A Heineken GameCube. I don't remember passing that by. Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Oh, this here. There's only 50 in existence, and apparently all 50 of them are on eBay. Would you blame anybody? If I had one, I'd be selling it too. I wouldn't want that sitting around. 50 in black, 50 in indigo. Features the logo. Okay. Promo seen in a sports magazine. To enter as a sweepstakes, people had to go to the Heineken website, fill in an online form. The contest was until October 31st, 2002, when it was picked at random in November. They could also win a Heineken football jersey. So I guess it was just a random sweepstakes. Kind of a lame promo if you ask me, but certainly rare, very rare. It's just a GameCube with a little logo on it. It's not even super unique. Yeah, I've never seen that before. These are the original Star Fox plushes. So if you wanted a Star Fox plush, This was all you had, like, for all the characters. This is all you had until, like, the late 2000s when Nintendo finally started making new Star Fox plushes. These were them, right here. These 4. They're still really cool. I never got my hands on them. But I like that classic look. Star Fox had almost no merchandise back in the day, by the way, except for those plushies. And like I said, if you wanted Star Fox merch before like the late 2000s, this is all there really was. That, and they had an R-Wing display that would like hang in the game stores. A cardboard one. There was almost nothing. My favorite box for a Dreamcast. Actually, my favorite box for a limited edition of any console. I always forget who this guy is, but I don't care. It's just the weirdest box I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. These third-party controllers for N64 sometimes. Just don't know what they're thinking. It makes you wonder if they tested how comfortable these were before they manufactured them. Do one more page. Wonder why they never ported these games over to the US. Can't imagine. Yeah, it was a great store, Evan. They had some cool stuff in there. The Trico plush. Actually, an extremely well-made plush. Only available at E3. It's the only way to get it. The last E3. I think that was the last E3 they ever did, by the way. If I remember right. One of the last. What do you think the shampoo would look like if you opened it? It's already kind of leaking out. I don't even think it would be liquid. I think it would just be like a hard, crusty blob inside. No, it wouldn't be like gack. I think it would be completely crusted up. No movement to it whatsoever. So how many of you plan on picking up Silent Hill F on day one? Or how many of you are waiting to see like what the consensus on the game is before you play it? Or just waiting for it to be cheaper in a few months? Has any info leaked in terms of how long the game is? Other than like what the developers have said? The early access scam. Yeah, don't give in to it. The only way to get rid of early access stuff is just to stop buying it. Unfortunately, though, I think it's here to stay. Because they're still going to do digital deluxe editions. So I don't think stopping the purchasing of the early access is ever going to stop them from continuing to release that. Unfortunately. I could see if it was an online multiplayer game, but it's a single player game, right? Like, waiting the extra couple days, you'll be fine. Yeah, Chronos looks good too. I'm a little confused. People were talking like they had played the game last week. Was there like an early digital release and then the physical comes out in a few days or something? Because it looks like the physical is the 19th, right? Came out last week. Maybe I'm seeing the wrong date. I can swear I saw September 19th. Physical on the 19th. Okay. So digital came out that early? Oh, a hard cutoff point. Interesting. That would explain why people were talking as though they had seen the game. For people streaming it. There's that adapter I'm talking about. That PS2 to PS3 adapter. 150. That's such a niche thing, though. It's like, man, can't imagine too many people would be using that. Unless you're still using a backwards compatible PS3. Which is like a ticking time bomb. These things break so easily. I like how they just couldn't be bothered to crop out their CVS bags. What is that? Low dose of what? BAY. And those of you that watch the whatchamacallit? Kronos, it looked really good. Oh, they come out with new eco keychains this year. Interesting. I'll have to look into that. Or just one for eco. Little game cases. That's cute. Still somewhat new, so I'm sure there's other cheaper sellers selling it. Comes with a little disc inside, I think. Or maybe not. You're here to take on Kronos said it's what Silent Hill 2 remake should have been. Interesting. Wonder how long it is. Sunday the new live day? No. If I can't stream on Saturday, then it gets pushed back to Sunday occasionally. Unfortunately, Nintendo Direct messed up my sleep schedule. So it took me a couple days to kind of reacclimate. I only got like 4 hours sleep that day, and that messed me up. $13 hours. It's a good length. So it'll probably be 14, 15 hours. I don't know how it accounts for like deaths and reloads on the timer. So probably a 3 stream game, 2.5 stream game. $100 Siren. They're saying it's collector level though, meaning like they want a premium for it because it's mint. Which is a thing, like some people will definitely pay more. Some people just don't care. If the seller says it's completely mint, they will pay a premium. It might take a while to sell, but they will eventually sell it. What is that thing? A rocker pad? Rocker vibration. Okay, I was wondering where they got the name from. Apparently the vibration's so strong they had to add rubber grips to it. controllers with fans built into the grips. Was that really a thing? Like fans to keep your hands from sweating or something? I've never seen that. What the hell? Just for a single drumstick silencer for Rock Band? Come on. They want $18 and $15 shipping for this. Bundle deals? Well, I would just search lot. LOT. I mean, you could also just straight up search bundle. But if you do a lot search, then I would do minus lot bundle or bundle minus lot, so it's not redundant. Bundle, though, I usually filter out consoles because typically bundles, people just like using the word bundle when it's a console lot. Oops. I don't know why there's one result for misspelling bundle. But I'll keep it with the console. Normally I just want to see games, but we'll keep the console up. Just because most people already have the console. Right, so a lot of times we're just looking for a different keyword to hit up for lot. Most people don't want additional consoles. Right, so like a 360 lot is immediately less appealing when it comes with an entire 360. I don't want that sitting around. Nyko airflow. Oh, and the sides and the back. That's so extreme. But honestly, like, maybe if you really were playing something competitive online, it could be helpful. If your hands get really sweaty. It's such an extreme gamer kind of thing, though, that a fan in your controller. That's pretty funny. Man, that is a really wild looking custom GameCube. Look at that thing. Maybe a little too wild. With the Zapdos nameplate on the front. Man, like, you'd have to be a Zapdos mega fan for this thing. Glow in the dark. Sometimes things may be a little too much. That might be a little too extreme. Why do I feel like this is made by somebody that's not even like a gamer? It just looks like a sort of like hello fellow gamers kind of thing, you know, someone would make it with like a 3D printer. Maybe it's the font that didn't do it for me. The font was kind of weird for the name. $630. Maybe if they sold it during the 360 apocalypse, but not now. It's just a random lo-fi playlist. I'm not sure if I can bring up a... Let's see. I missed whatever the last song was. This is Chrono Trigger though. Alright, let's do affiliate. It's a pretty short one tonight. So this is between September 2nd and September 8th. First thing we had was someone picking up Evercade Dad East Collection 1. Let's see what games are on that. Pretty rare now. I don't remember if I picked this one up. I think I did. Midnight Resistance. Yes. I think I streamed Midnight Resistance, the arcade version. Two Crude Dudes. I think I picked this one up. It's a good collection though. Godzilla action games for PS3. Oh, did someone buy the Japanese PS3 Godzilla? That's like a slightly different version than the PS4 one. Yeah, that's cool. I forget what the exact differences are, but there are reasons that you would also want to play this in addition to the PS4 game. TurboGrafx 16 and Turbo Express Secrets, $27. Bullet Witch for 360. Let's see if it came with the poster. 33 on this one. Wonder if the person that bought this plans on going for that one achievement score that like for beating the game on the hardest difficulty. Oh, they won't show us, unfortunately. Darn. They're linking to a different one. Yeah, I figured the book was yours. You just collect the different books, Chemdream, or do you actually use them? Generations Lost. That game is okay. Played that a while ago. It's just a decent little action platformer. Mario Galaxy 2. Oof. Well, actually, maybe not. But maybe this person's disappointed after the direct announcement. But then again, I mean, they're technically getting it for like half the price of what the new one's going to cost if they bought it digitally. Magic the Gathering, the Brothers War Collector's Pack for $35. Yeah, now that's a reasonable price, see? Final Fantasy 11 merchandise. There isn't too much. Am I on PC? Yep. Evercade Atari Collection 110. Wow. Is this a recently discontinued one? I can't remember if I picked up the Atari Collection. Haunt on Blu-ray slipcover. I don't know if I'm familiar with Haunt. Yeah, I don't think I... Oh, wait a minute. Wait, I think I've seen this. Is this the one that's like a documentary? No, this is... I'm pretty sure I've seen a movie called Haunt, but it was more of a documentary. So maybe this is something different. Man, the people that are into haunts, they're known as haunts, where like you decorate your whole front yard or like the inside of your house or just like something like crazy for Halloween. That's sort of like, you know, when people come over to get candy or whatever. Dedicated, and they only do it for like that month. Sometimes just for the day, just for Halloween, and that's it. Very dedicated bunch. Splatterhouse for PS3, 56. It's about right. Not a bad price. Kingdom Hearts 1.5, 2.5, 2.8 plus 3. That just sounds so ridiculous. Melody of Memories complete, $200. Are they really going for that much now? Oops, hold on. I closed the listing. Oh, it's a sealed copy. I think no, they brought me to somewhere else. Yeah, they're not showing me the actual listing. eBay does that sometimes, I don't know why. I can't check it. I'm thinking all these might be sealed. Goes for big bucks nowadays. Is that the Blu-ray? Or is this more of like a film movie? Yeah, that documentary is pretty good. I remember watching that. Little King Story for the Wii. Brand new for 40 bucks. I never really got into Little King Story. That game was kind of hyped up when it came out, but I never really got into it. And that is it for this week. Purchase of the week. I'm going to give it to the Evercade games. Because Chemdream said it was the last two that he needed for his Evercade collection, which is probably, that's a cool little monumental feat. Thank you to everybody who used the affiliate link for this week. Alright, we should be able to do auctions again. It's been 2 hours. I think. Unless we have to wait a little bit longer. Is there a way to play Ego Shadow of the Colossus Remastered outside of the PS3 hardware? The only way you'd be able to do it would be if you have a PS4 or a PS5 and you have PlayStation Plus. You can play them through the streaming service. You have to stream them, though. That would be the only other way. Especially, at least for Eco. Shadow of the Colossus, I'm not sure, but I know with Eco you would have to stream it. Not the ideal way. I know it's a pain. I wish they, at least Eco, I wish was ported somewhere else by now. It's kind of long overdue. For how beloved that game is and like Sony pretends like they care about it, they're sure not doing a good job of like pushing it forward into more modern consoles. Preserve it a little better. Even Last Guardian deserves better. We need that freaking 60 frame rate PS5 port at this point. It's box only for Drakengard. I have not played Resident Evil 4 Remake yet. I didn't play it when it came out because I had literally just got done playing Resident Evil 4 for the first time. Like, you know, that year. So, I just wasn't looking to dive into it that soon. Hello, Ben. Played a demo for it though, and it did seem like a very intense horror game. The demo is different than the actual game though, if I remember right. Like the demo content, I think is unique to the demo. Chainsaw demo or whatever. Evil Within I played long ago, and I couldn't finish it. I wasn't that into it. I'm not sure if I would ever try it again or just skip to the second one. I don't know. Wasn't for me. $11 shipping, $50, $60. It's like $6 a game. How they complete? Light scratching, play perfectly. Most come with manuals. Man, I hate it when sellers do that. Would it really kill them to at least point out which ones don't have the manual? I haven't played too many of them, Jimmy boy. Well, I mean, I played a lot, but not finished a lot of them. The one that I had the most fun with, though, off the top of my head, I really enjoyed the 3DS version of Strange Journey at the time. And then Digital Devil Saga I also like because it is like Final Fantasy X. It's like a straight up traditional RPG. I tried playing that again for the roulette wheel recently. We didn't make it too far, but I played it a bit further when I first got it. Though I don't really remember too much. But I like RPGs like that. Pretty straightforward. I really enjoyed what I played of like Shin Megami Tensei 5, but it's another one that I never saw all the way through to the end. It's just really hard for me to finish those games on stream. If I wasn't streaming, it would be a different story. These days with streaming, I vastly prefer shorter games. I just like those little bite-sized kind of 2 to 3 sitting kind of games much more. Oh, that was your Kingdom Hearts slot? Very nice. So you're getting every Kingdom Hearts game? How many are there total about? It's quite a bit. Have I played the original Super Nintendo Clock Tower? I did. I played it years ago. I did a translated cart on my Super Nintendo. It's a great game. It's not my favorite Clock Tower, though. My favorite one is the PS1 clock tower. Like the first one that we got in the US. Unlimited Saga sucks. Yeah, it's not an easy game for most people to play. It's a very involved... If you actually sit down and take the time to learn what you're getting into, it's actually decent, but that's a commitment. Like, you need to spend a few hours just prepping to play that game. Doing your research. Because the game doesn't tell you enough and the manual doesn't tell you enough either. But if you actually take the time, it's actually very unique and decent. I like the Grand Stream Saga. I streamed that one years ago and I really enjoyed it. I just remember really liking the battle system. It was really fun and unique. I just remember it being really fast-paced and actiony. That's all I really remember from the game. I like the combat. Vanillaware games. Yeah, I always respected the art style. Dragon Crown ultimately, though, was like, I was so hyped for that game. And then I was really disappointed when it came out because I thought you would be able to play online from the get-go. But then you had to beat the game by yourself first, which is not a short game. And then you can play online, but by then I was already so burnt out. I really wish that it just let you play online from the beginning. I probably would have gotten into it pretty heavily then. But I just didn't like playing alone. Forcing you to do that first. I remember I was really close to... I was trying to find it while I was in Japan, actually. They like one of the figures for... let's see, it's actually probably on eBay. Actually, I should probably pre-screen this, because who knows what they've got for Dragon Crown figures these days. But I remember I was specifically looking for a Dragon Crown figure. Yes, there it is. I was unsuccessful in finding it while I was there. Yeah, so I was looking for this while I was there. For the Amazon. Now they want $300 for it. I like the character. Some people hate the character designs in Vanillaware, especially Dragon's Crown. I liked them. They were very unique. I am not soggy. Game Awards for 7 Remake Part 3, Kingdom Hearts 4. I would imagine something like that would be safe for the Game Awards, yeah. And I'm sure Jeff Keighley will be crying his eyes out as he's getting ready to announce it. Sorcerer. I would have taken the Sorcerer one as well, but I think I would never play as a Sorcerer in that. I always prefer like more melee-oriented characters. I never did Princess Crown, no. I always tried getting a copy of that. Actually, I had a PSP version. But I don't think I ever got around to playing it, and then I just sold it. Not the easiest game to play without a patch, and yeah, I mean, now that there's a patch, I still haven't played it. This has bids, let's see what it is. Oh, that controller. Oh, it's actually a pretty nice lot. Ridge Racer, Wipeout, Destruction Derby, Gran Turismo, Wipeout 3, Wipeout XL. I could see why it's got bids. I don't know what this controller goes for. Separate? Okay, so it looks like in the box, here's one for 70 shipped, 50, 100 with shipping. So then you're just looking at, we'll lowball it and say 60. So it's up to $120 for the games. So it's about $20 a game currently. I'll link it. I think if it goes much higher than this, though, it wouldn't be that much of a good deal. You'd of course want that controller for whatever reason. Do I like the Fatal Frame games? I have only played Fatal Frame 1 all the way to completion, and I played a lot of Fatal Frame 2. Like 10 years ago or so. So, that one I'll probably end up just trying the, the remaster that they announced with Nintendo. I enjoyed Fatal Frame 1, but I wouldn't say that I love the series. I've never really been aesthetically all that into ghosts with horror games, but I like the atmosphere. The atmosphere is great in Fatal Frame games. I do remember getting a little annoyed though with like backtracking and not knowing where to go in the first Fatal Frame game. 3 I have not played, and then any of the more recent ones I also have not done. They're usually a little on the longer side, so it's hard for me to want to fit those into October. The newer ones. Like 15, 20-hour games. Let's check what's sold recently. Let's just do CIB. Probably going to see a lot of horror games getting picked up here. I would like to do a video, hopefully soon, talking about some horror game recommendations. For, like, whatever consoles, I don't even know. I've always been wanting to put out something like that to help people pick out games ahead of time for October. PT? Yeah, I did PT again several years ago. And I did get the trailer ending. So I'm pretty much like done with PT for a while. I've played it before when it came out, and then I streamed it after that. I didn't get to the credits though. Credits meaning like the trailer. And then years ago I did another stream of it, and I got the trailer ending. And I got it the crazy way. If I remember right, I did it the way where like you talk into the microphone, if I recall. There were a lot of theories on how to get to the trailer, and I think my method involved the mic. Which, yeah, was shocking. Because that is not an easy way to get the ending. Such a cryptic game. Obviously, I didn't do it blind, right? Like, in order to get to the trailer, you definitely need a guide. So I had to take guidance on how to do that. You're not getting there without help. That's for sure. Man, I'll never forget the PT release when everybody was, like, clamoring for who can beat it first. That was such an exciting time. I remember the first person that got the trailer, it was so excited. Like, such a shocker. Don't forget, I think a lot of people forget if you weren't around or paying attention when the PT demo came out. We did not know that was a Silent Hill teaser until one random person finally managed to beat the demo, which was not easy. Very cryptic. That person was the first person in the world to realize that they just played a Silent Hill demo. And then I think they like leaked it on GameFAQs, and then the news spread from there. It was such a special demo. Am I going to replay pools again? Probably not right away. Considering I did the speedrun stuff for that game, I think I would play it again if I hook up my VR, because that game would be incredible in VR. Like, absolutely incredible. But yeah, for people that don't know, there is a demo available for pools on PS5 now. PS4, PS5. Been waiting eagerly for that to come to consoles. Some of you may recall that game being recommended by me last year as one of my top, actually my #1 game, I think, of games that you missed from last year. So it's finally coming to consoles soon. Hopefully the demo's out. Great game for this October. Well, these lots went pretty cheap. Oh, that was a mostly sports lot. Very reasonable with the free shipping from that seller. Echo Knight. I was actually just getting started streaming Echo Knight 2 years ago? A year ago? I don't even remember. And then during that stream is when my PC or my console or something broke. I don't even remember anymore. Oh, it was my game. No, it was my PC. Yeah, my PC broke. Yeah, and then I had to stream through my PS4 for the rest of October. Speak of the devil, there it is. I mean, I'm telling you, every eBay stream, there's always some crazy coincidence. What are the chances? I mean, that game is rare. What are the chances that we mention Echo Knight and it appears a second later? Like, just so crazy. Yeah, that's the reason I'll never be able to get rid of my PS4. PT demo is still on there. I never deleted it. I never delete demos like that typically. If it's a unique demo that there's no full game for it. And then also the reason to never get rid of a PS4 is it's the only way that I can play Okage Shadow King, because that's still broken on PS5. '20th anniversary this year. Oh my god, you're making time fly so much faster. Probably not, because my memories on it would pretty much still be the same, so it would be a little bit of a redundant video. But you know, I could always do something else talking about 360, maybe. Pools, yeah, it's called Pools. Someone told me the demo is on there. You should definitely be able to find it, because the store page is certainly on there. You might be better off searching Google, like type in Pools PSN. It should pop up on there, and then you can wishlist it or download it from there. What series Apple Watch? It was, I don't even remember. Not like it was like the middle of the line one, the SE or whatever. Not the crazy one, it's just like also Bluetooth. It doesn't have data. No, I'm very lazy with that stuff, upgrading space in consoles. I always just delete installs of games to free up space. That's how I've always done it. I know it sounds crazy. Like, even on my PS3, the backwards compatible PS3, 20 gigabyte one or whatever, I would just delete stuff to free up space. I would never expand the memory. Too lazy. I mean, you got the space on it, right? Nothing wrong with deleting something to install something new. You still own it. Or you could always just reinstall it. Is it only available on the PS4? I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be only available on PS4. But you should be able to download it on your PS5. Sometimes demos are a little tough to find on the PS5. Look at it, here's someone tonight. They said, screw you, Nintendo. You ain't taking my 40 bucks. They're like, I'm just gonna go buy Galaxy 2 for 23 bucks. No, not the Pools. The Pools is a knockoff. The game is literally just called Pools. Let me see. You gotta be careful, there's a lot of knockoffs. It's all capital. I'll show you this one. So someone told me on my last stream that there's a demo available for this now. It's possible that they took the demo down. I don't know. But yeah, this is the one. 10 by 10 sorry. The knockoffs suck. There's one that's decent. What was the name of it? Oh, I can't remember the name. I've streamed it. Pools demo. There it is. Okay, here's the Pools demo. So search Pools demo. It's got 4 stars. I don't know if they let you use VR. I don't know if anybody can confirm. Don't believe these 1-star people. The game is fantastic. People that rate it 1 star just don't understand what they're playing. It's like my new favorite genre. These pool, like, liminal space games. I've fallen in love with them. There's just not enough of them on console. Because of this game, I've really taken to them. There was one more, I can't remember the name. What was the name of the one that I streamed where you walk through the houses and stuff? Out in that, like, Truman Show kind of setting. What was the name of that one? Because one thing that I've always wanted from a game is like a walking sim where it literally is just like you stuck in a maze, right? Like you're a 3D game in a maze. That's what these games are the closest to. That's the closest I've ever played was pools in that concept. No enemies, no nothing. You're just literally in a creepy space navigating a giant labyrinth. And it's so much fun. Well, I haven't played Binary Domain, but I really liked Alpha Protocol. That game is definitely underrated. Hello, Geometry. No alarming sales here. Everything seems to be about right. Nothing like super low or super high. Dreamcore, yeah, Dreamcore, that's the other one. Yeah, Dreamcore is the other one that I recommend on PSN. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. It's not as good as Pools, but it's like the next best thing. This one. Play Pools first. After you've played Pools, then you can... Well, obviously Pools is just a demo right now. This is a full game. Dreamcore is pretty solid. Well, keep in mind, Pools is just a demo, unless you play it on PC. But if you play on console, you can at least try it out. Yeah. Yeah, I always thought to myself, like, why would I want to play a game that you just walk around and there's nothing, like, you're just literally walking around trying to find an exit. But it's so effective. They really depend on sound design, though. And good level design. Some of them really nail it, some of them don't. Pools is the best one by far that I've played. PS1 Longbox games to add to the collection. Oh man, I'm pretty happy with my Longbox PS1 collection, so... Honestly, no. Not that I would have to have. I would love to have Starblade Alpha, but... I don't see that happening anytime soon. Wow, the price on Armored Core 2 has come back down to pretty much what it used to go for before the Armored Core 6 hype. Armored Core 6 drove this game up to about $60 or $70. And now it's back down to pretty much what it's been for a while. 15, 20 bucks. And this playlist, I mean, it's a good playlist, but I think it's looping a little too quickly. Let's see, let's try this one. Final Fantasy music. Curious to see what happens to the price of Rhythm Heaven games with the new one coming out. Did they ever give a release date for that, or were they just like, hey, this is coming eventually? How do I look at my collection, see what I want to add? Anything pre-PS3 360? Well, I don't really have to look at it, I just remember everything I have. And then, if it's something that I want to stream, I'll think about getting it depending on what it costs. The release date. It's gonna be a hype one. I'm super ready for a new Rhythm Heaven at this point. No, I don't have KO Flying Squadron. There were many opportunities where I had a chance to buy that game back in the day for $100, $120 complete. But back then I was like, I'll wait. I'll be able to get it cheaper. Obviously, that time never came. But you gotta remember, back then a game being $100 was actually pretty rare. Yeah, I have not encountered a liminal space experience until about a month ago, month and a half almost, when I was out playing Pokemon Go. I actually recorded it in one of my vlogs on the channel, Walking with Pete, when I was playing Pokemon Go, and I got to this like outdoor area that was really creepy. Huge open space of like just these like, I don't know, like overgrown grass slightly, like basketball courts that were just like in the middle of nowhere with like grass growing up out of the cracks, and nobody was there. It was definitely the first liminal kind of experience I had. All I could think of with the freaking games I was playing. You guys know what I'm talking about if you saw the video. The Grudge. I definitely encourage you to not spend $100 on Ju-On the Grudge on Wii. Unless you just gotta play every horror game ever made on consoles. It's very short, very slow, very repetitive, very motion control heavy. I only recommend it for hardcore horror fans. Thanks, Monkey Matter. Thank you for the 23-month resub. Do I ever plan on an updated room tour? I don't know when that will be. Not anytime soon. If I'm ever happy with how it's organized, maybe, but... Oh my god, that retail copy of Sonic only went for $32. That's a great price for that, by the way. That's like the lowest end of the low that you're going to get for a copy in that condition. I don't think any of you bid on it, because I think when I linked it, it was still that price. But this copy here, easily, if this was a buy it now, they could have got $100 for that. Final Fantasy 11 music. I gotta do another stream of 11 soon. I gotta stream Hell Is Us first, but I gotta do another 11 stream in the coming days. I haven't played it since the last time I streamed it. I just kind of dread what I have to do next in that game right now. I'm just really not looking forward to it. I gotta get 2 Kazam keys and unlock Ninja. Not fun. Not fun. It's the only thing that sucks about 11 are the things you gotta do to... the mandatory things you gotta do to make progress in that sometimes. $51 for Midnight Club 3 Dub Edition. I think that's like a new high for that game. 51, that's bidding, by the way. That's the greatest hits Midnight Club game. Did I play The Calling? So I was playing The Calling many years ago on stream. But at the time I was using a game capture card that was having audio glitch issues where like it was creating static noise. So I actually stopped streaming the game. And then I never went back and played it again. So maybe one of these years, this year, next year, or the year after, 5 years from now, I'm sure I'll try it again. That's the fun of my October streams. You don't know what I'm going to play until I'm playing it. Metroid Prime Trilogy Collector's Edition 95. Really makes you wonder if that's going to see any more movement before Prime 4 gets closer. I don't know. I guess $100 is probably going to be about where it lands. I think it would have been moving a little faster at this point if it was going to. Yeah, if you're looking for a Wii horror game, the best one I played is Curse Mountain, I would say. Or if you count Shattered Memories, Silent Hill Shattered Memories, that would be the absolute best one, but PS2 is an option, but the Wii version is the way to go. Fragile Dreams would also be up there. My problem with Fragile Dreams is I've never finished it. Like, I really, really love the first half of that game. It starts to go downhill in the midway point for me, though. I can never bring myself to finish it. I'm not sure if we'll, I'm sure I'll revisit it one of these Octobers. Because the beginning of that game is just so strong. Love it. Wow. $30 shipped for Smuggler's Run on PS2. That is a new... I've never seen that game sell for that much. That's big. This is a game that used to be $5 at the most, and you couldn't even sell it. Great game, though. Great game. I guess it's that, GTA 6 hype train building up. Yeah, I was the same way, Jared. Most of my Saturn collection was bought back when, the RPGs were $100 or under. Thankfully, I'm so thankful for that. I did a lot of my Saturn collecting while it was still reasonable. IQ, PS1. Intelligent Cube. It's a great game. Yeah, I played that. I was actually very impressed with that game when I finally decided to sit down and try it. Very addictive. There's a sequel on Japanese PS2. If you're really into it, you can play that one. We never got it here. I think it's called like IQ Remix or something like that. You need to play Tulip. Tulip is a crazy game. I was shocked by Tulip. It was frustrating at times. Like, sometimes it was a little like, why is this game... There's a lot of backtracking. There's a lot of not knowing what to do and kind of getting mad at it. But if you use, like, a light guide, a little bit of guidance, like, man, what a crazy game that is. That's one of the weirdest games I've played on the PS2. Like, top 3, for sure. Certainly worth playing. Yeah, you would always see smugglers run everywhere, bargain bins everywhere. Karishi Final Mental Blocks. Okay, yeah, that's the name of IQ on PS2. I swear there was one called Remix in the title, though. Oh, okay, that's the PS1 game. Yeah, I think the PS2 one is just called IQ Remix Plus. I mean, I gotta look it up right now. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. IQ Remix Plus. So if you're a big Intelligent Cube fan, you should definitely try this one too, if you can. Wow, Yokai Watch is finally going for over $20. That game was so dirt cheap for so long. You couldn't even get rid of copies of that game for like $15 sealed. I never disliked Yokai Watch, but I also wasn't like super into it either. They really tried to push Yokai Watch hard here in the US, it just never took off. They did a big launch event in Nintendo World, New York City, when it launched. The only reason I went there, not for Yokai Watch, but I went there to get my other level 5 games signed. Screw Yokai Watch. I did get a copy of that sign though, just in case it became really big in the US, which it never did. I don't know, do I have my copy of Yokai Watch here? Oh, I do. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, so this is from the event signed by Akihiro Hino. Still president of level 5, but I went there specifically to have him sign my Dark Cloud and Ni no Kuni. But I'm like, you know what? We'll do Yokai Watch as well, just in case. I kind of regret it now. I wish I would have had him sign, like, literally anything else, but it is what it is. I took a chance. I hadn't even played the game yet. Yeah, if I had played over Blood back then, I would have had him sign that for sure. Oh well. But still, I have Dark Cloud and, you know, Cooney signed, which is good enough for me. So I played Magic Hidden Souls on Sega CD when I was younger. I was actually terrified of that game. My grandpa had it, and I remember trying to play it, and I'm like, man, this is too creepy for me. Ultimately, not a very scary game now, but back as a kid, playing a haunted house FMV game, yeah, that was scary. Still have not gone back to play the Saturn and the Sega CD version yet, but I did do Lunacy, and Lunacy is definitely one of my favorite Saturn games. It's just got that right amount of creepiness to it. I know this will be an unpopular opinion, but if Nintendo ever brings back a remake of Gold and Silver, I want it to be a Let's Go version. I know not a lot of people would want that, but I don't know, I really like Let's Go. I like how simple it is. They just need to expand upon, like, just give us a little bit more battles or something. More reasons to battle trainers. But yeah, I would be up for it. Bring on Let's Go. What would they have to do? Like, Let's Go Totodile and Cyndaquil? Let's Go Lugia and Ho-Oh? It wouldn't have been an eBay stream without someone's hairy legs holding up a mold-infested PS2 game. The ultimate combination. This is like the holy grail of eBay listings. And what's that? Dirty fingernails to top it off? Absolutely. The holy trinity itself. Hairy legs, moldy game, dirty fingernails. What more could you ask for? and an AI description, that's it. We'll never find a better listing. 10 out of 10. Never topping it. And someone bought it, by the way. How much did they pay for it? $25, $30. Someone bought that when you can get that game nice mint condition for about 35 to 40. I don't know. Carrier Fortress at Sea. That's pretty rare. That is not something you see all the time on 3DO. Might be my first time even seeing the long box. It looks really boring. Yep. Seems in line with the 3DO game. Now, most 3DO games are pretty good, but not an educational game. Yep. No, yeah, Nintendo definitely could have handled the Virtual Boy thing better. Personally, I think it should have came out on the 3DS. I don't know what stopped them. But yeah, releasing it as its own mini console, for sure. Better preservation of the games. But making you pay for the online service to play that with that expensive accessory is kind of... And listen, no one's going to buy the cardboard version. That's just so ridiculous. No one's going to sit there holding the Switch 2 up to their face like that. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's like, it's either the $100 one or nothing. What a difference a box and manual make. And the peacock effect. $180 for Tetris on Game Boy. If you want the cart, I mean, it's still easily bought for under $10. The power of original Game Boy boxes. Thanks, Visual Spark. Alright, who wants to see the most expensive stuff? These really high ones, though, it's hard to know what's, like, a real sale sometimes, you know? Some of them are just a little far-fetched. Tell you that this is probably a real sale, because this is typically, like, this thing goes for tons of money. I still... Huge regret. I remember when this E3 hit. This is the Twilight Princess trailer on a DS cart, by the way, for those of you that don't remember. They gave these out at E3. That E3 when they showed it. And I think this was going for about $300 or something. Like, I just remember it being way too expensive to want to buy. You had to think to yourself, like, man, who's spending hundreds of dollars on a cart with a trailer on it? But who's laughing now, right? The people that bought it back then, because now it's selling for $5 grand. Seven autographs. Ooh, man, the person that sold this made a killing. It's really not that hard to get 7 autographs from the voice actors. They go to conventions often, and you pay 40 or 50 bucks for a signature. Who the heck bought this? I guess they maybe are not from the US. Maybe it's not easy for them to go to conventions. But let me tell you, the seller is laughing right now. They literally just took a used complete in box copy of Pokemon Yellow. Went to like, because usually these voice actors will go in pairs. Like 2 or 3 of them at a time per convention. So let's just say they went to 2, maybe 3 conventions at the most. Paid about $350, $400 to get these signatures. And just made $5,000. Minus the cost of the game, of course. I really hope more people don't see this because, you know, the last thing we want is a bunch of super high scalped signed copies of games like that. There's another one for 4,700. $75 and $64 game lot. Look at that. Doesn't even look like it has any of the crazy games in there. Very common stuff, actually. Crazy. Yeah, I don't make it out to get stuff signed often by like voice actors or anything like that, but it's yeah, it's definitely like you're not just paying for the signature, you're paying for the interaction. If you're, you know, usually willing to strike up a little conversation with them, it's usually more than worth what they're charging for the signature. I remember Jennifer Hale, I had her sign a copy of Orphan, Scion of Sorcery on PS2 because she voiced Chloe in that game, one of the characters. I was the first person to ever have her sign it. So she asked if she can take a picture of the game, which I thought was kind of cool. No, most people have her sign like Metroid Prime and stuff, or like, yeah, something a little more noteworthy than Orphan on PS2. But I'll never forget it, right? Like, being the first person to have her sign that. I think she honestly forgot she was even in the game. Yeah, and yeah, the female Shepherd in Mass Effect. Those are usually the top 2 that people have her sign. I don't know what I'd have her sign if I ever went back. I guess Metroid Prime, right? Let's just be cliche at this point. I don't know if it's been confirmed if she's doing the voice in Metroid Prime 4, but I'd probably have her sign that one. This person said, well, actually, maybe they didn't because this was in June. But this person's like, screw your little virtual console, Virtual Boy Nintendo. Used to like getting voice actors assigned so you recognize that they aren't actually the character in real life. Nah, I still love it. Like, honestly, I think it's the coolest thing to have the original voice actor sign the game. I've been wanting to do a video for the longest time, like showing off my small and modest signed game collection. You know, I don't have a lot, but I have like a decent little collection of signed things. I think it just makes it so unique. Such a unique copy of the game. I love getting like, my favorite thing personally is to find like some of the more obscure stuff that they've voice acted. And I just love seeing their reaction when you bring them something a little off kilter. that maybe they've never signed or barely ever signed before, and then they kind of tell you about their experience working on the game. I really enjoy that. Voice actor something is neat, but I think it's cooler when it's like a director or writer. Oh yeah, for sure. Like a producer or a director. If it's a major character in the game, like the main character, I still, you know, I still definitely respect it. Do any of you have like a favorite thing that you have that's signed? Not impressed with Nintendo's Virtual Boy. Yeah, the fact that they couldn't even work a little magic to get like the 4 missing games is also a little disappointing. I don't know. We don't even know what the 3D looks like, but I'll tell you it's probably going to be more disappointing than we're imagining. Thanks, Black Iron. Good to see you. Thank you for the 4 years, by the way. Really appreciate that. So a Jaguar with 6 games complete in box. 2,000. Not even some of the better games. No Club Drive. No Rayman. Someone paid $2,000 for a 3DO photo CD sampler. Damn. There are definitely some hardcore 3DO people out there. That's, yeah, that's pretty hardcore. You got the Persona 3 wrapper to sign your copy of Persona 3? See, that's cool. Even though I hate the battle music in that game, I also probably would have had him sign my copy of Persona 3 because that's such a unique signature. I remember I got so excited one time because one of the card conventions I went to, the voice actor for Yuri Lol or whatever from Shadow Hearts was there. Because one thing I do is I go through the guests and I like look up their IMDb and I see what things they voice acted, and then I was like, oh my god, he voice acted Yuri from Shadow Hearts. But then I was like, wait a minute. Voice acting from Shadow Hearts. And I'm like, that game had almost no voice acting. And then I recalled that all Yuri did in the game was just go like, hoo, ha, yeah, yeah. I'm like, okay, I can't have this guy sign this. He'll think I'm crazy. And also, it probably wouldn't have been worth $50. He doesn't even do voice acting. It was literally just like combat noises. But one of the other voice actors that did one of the other characters was there, and I was like, man, it would be so cool to get all the characters to like eventually sign a copy of this. But yeah, it's literally just their combat noises. Ultimate Beach Soccer complete in box for Game Boy Advance. The only kind of people that buy this are the people that are going for a complete in-box, complete full Game Boy Advance collection. Otherwise, there's no reason. It's just one of those things where it probably only shows up for sale once every year or two. Great. Because I looked up Dragon Crown figures, now they're bringing them out full force. It's just like boom, right there. $1,600 for Snatcher. That's the highest price it's sold for, it looks like. Over $75 worth of accessories. Someone paid somewhere around $1,500 for this. Parasite Eva's that much. It was probably a graded copy. I honestly, I kind of just like gloss over the graded stuff. I don't really pay attention. This here, by the way, I just want to remind you, this is not a sealed copy of Chrono Trigger. This is literally a nice condition, complete in box copy that has now been entombed inside of plastic, never to be opened or played ever again. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Sealed, I understand it. Complete in box, I just do not get it. Yeah, one of my biggest regrets was what's his name? I'm blanking on his freaking name now. The guy that made Mega Man. Yeah, Inafune, thank you. One of my biggest, not like regrets, but like missed opportunities was waiting in line at Comic-Con the year when they were promoting Mega Man Legends 3. They were giving out posters, and I was literally in line to have him sign a poster of Mega Man Legends 3. And then he had to swap out, like, as I'm in the line a few people away. I was so disappointed. So then I just had, like, the posters not signed by anybody. Now that would have been quite the collectible. Thanks, Atlantis. Yeah, that was an awesome find. Thank you for the resub. Oh, I can see somebody owning 20 copies of Snatcher. For sure. Back in the day, they weren't that expensive, so if he worked for Working Designs, maybe he had some, like, insider friends that can help give him the hookup on, you know, some games. And even back then, Snatcher was under $100 complete. There's quite a few copies of Kuon that's selling in the $1,200 range. That's such a weird situation. It's like, Kuon is certainly not worth paying $1,200 to play, I'll tell you that much. But it is a good survival horror game, so if you do have the opportunity to play it, you should. Right? Like, I'll dedicate the last several $1,200 copy sales of Kuon to the guy that has 20 accounts in chat that always says you should just emulate instead of buy games, right? I'll dedicate these sales to him. Find a way to play Kuon if you can't afford it. It's definitely worth playing. I'd say for the 10th anniversary of Horror Game Month, Kuon would probably be a good contender for a replay, because that's what I plan on doing for the 10th anniversary of Horror Game Month, is replaying a lot of the best games that I've played over the years. Revisiting something like Kuon: A Rule of Rose would be probably likely. It's funny because for a while, Rule of Rose and Kuon were kind of neck and neck, and Kuon has just pulled way ahead. That's got to be the From Software power. Damn, it's like nothing but Kuon on here. It's crazy. So many copies on here. I definitely want to play Pokemon Fire Red or Leaf Green at some point. I just got to figure out what version. I'm definitely more of a Venusaur kind of person, so I'm definitely leaning towards Leaf Green. Plus, I think there's something kind of cool about having Pokemon like a green version of Pokemon, because we never had that in the US. Plus, I would imagine it would probably be a little cheaper since it doesn't have Charizard on it. It's so funny how when you sort from highest first, it really is just the same games over and over and over. They're actually, you know, now that I scroll through this, there, at least in the recent months, there haven't been that many different games selling for over $1,000. It really is just like the same culprits, same suspects every time. Frankenstein PS3? Was this thing like modded out or something? What kind of pictures they got? Apparently they've done a whole bunch of stuff to this. I don't know what any of this means, but apparently someone thought it was worth $1,000. It's more reliable. At what point, though, right? Like, why not just pick up a few used PS3s and when one breaks, just move on to the next, you know? But I guess some people don't want to bother with that. Let's do a search for... Actually, let's do a search for horror. Let's see what horror games people are popping up on here before October. The only thing that sucks is searching horror. Oh look, another copy of Mystic Knight sold for $2,500. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I definitely gotta filter Musha. Certain games that will just keep popping up if you don't take them out. Samurai Western. Samurai Western is fun. If you like action games at really short arcadey levels, yeah, you'll have a fun time with it. Yokai Watch is definitely done for. It had its chance. Oh yeah, searching horror, we're gonna get a lot of Ds. That is one, like, I don't count the Ds we find when I search horror as, like, the real ones, because it's a little cheap. A lot of people put horror in the title for D. So you'll see a lot of them. Honestly, if you're looking for something really cheap this year to play, I still recommend Zombie U. If you're looking for a reason to bust out the Wii U, or you can also always just play it on the digital, like, store for PS4, PS5. It's another one that I really want to revisit at some point. I'd end up playing the PS4 version again, just because streaming the Wii U version is just kind of like whatever. You can't even see what I'm doing on the gamepad anyway. But that's such an underrated concept for... It's a roguelike game, essentially. It's one of those, like, how far can you get without dying kind of things. And losing all your gear. It's very well done. I have not played the third birthday yet, no. Eventually. I'll eventually play it. Yeah, Juggernaut's a really weird one. I recommend it, but I warn people that the beginning of the game is a little hard to get through. I found it to be incredibly frustrating. You gotta give it a few hours and then it gets really good. Told you. It's like cheating when you search horror. This is why I encourage you, if you ever sell a horror game on eBay, always try and work in horror into the title for the keyword search. Because people like me, like there's a lot of people that will search horror. So you should always try and put it in the title. It's just a lot of exposure that you otherwise would not get. Big variety of decopies. Left and right, they're just coming out of nowhere. Nothing too crazy on here, though. A lot of the same things. Yeah, especially if you're selling something obscure that maybe people wouldn't normally search for. Throw it in the title. Yeah, I couldn't finish Cold Fear. It was really good for the first few hours, but it fell off pretty quickly for me. Gotta try it again one year. I don't know, what do you guys think? Is Callisto Protocol ever worth considering for October, or is it kind of just like a whatever pass kind of game? I remember the reception for that was not very good when it came out. Also, I think the playtime kind of kept me away from it. If I remember, it's pretty long. I've played the first Galarian. Yeah, I'm a big fan. It's a very weird, different horror game. Not a whole lot of shooting. I kind of like that, actually. More melee. Is it, like, scary, though, or is it, like... Does it have jump scares or anything, or is it pretty tame? I have not seen the Galarians anime. Oh yeah, there were so many brand new unopened greatest hits games back then. I remember going to flea markets and there would be vendors at flea markets like selling wholesale greatest hits games sealed. That's how I got my copy of Final Fantasy Tactics. It was brand new for like $15 at a flea market. I can check Lunacy for you. Not a lot available. Looks like it's about, I mean, there's really not a big sales sample recently. About $400, $300 to $400. I believe you can see me pick this up in one of my old YouTube videos. I think 2010 or 2009, whatever it was. I think it was 2010. But the video where I went to too many games I'm pretty sure that's where I found my copy of Lunacy complete for $70 or $80, something like that. So I think I have it in one of my videos. Yeah, someone let me know. Thank you, Monkey. It's very kind of him. It's Lunacy good. If you like atmospheric adventure games that are sort of like horror-esque, yes, you will like it. It's very weird. In a good way. But the price of entry is kind of high if you're looking for a physical. What I would do is I would watch a little bit of the game on YouTube first, make sure it looks like something for you. Why is Sonic 3 $61 when it sold millions? Yeah, there's a lot of games like that. It's just a thing over time, right? Like the game used to be $10 or under for a complete copy, and then just gradually like, oh, now it's 11, now it's 12, now it's 13. It's not like one of those overnight things. It just kind of gradually builds over time. And it maintains that price because there's just so much nostalgia around Sonic 3. So the people that got rid of their copies, they want to relive the nostalgia, and to them, $60 is fine to relive it. A lot of the people that are buying like common games like Sonic 3 for that price are not hardcore collectors. They are very casual people that maybe haven't played a retro game in 2 decades, and they get gifted a Genesis or something that plays Genesis games, and they head on eBay to pick up their childhood games. And a lot of times the casual players don't really know about alternatives. They have no idea about emulation. They just have no interest in it. So they just go whatever route they got to go. And that is the main reason why retro game stores that charge a ton of money stay in business, because a huge part of their customer base are people that are casual not even collectors, just casual nostalgia reliving people that don't question the prices, and they'll just buy it because they're not going to collect a bunch of games. They're just going to buy a few games from their childhood, and that's okay with them. Yeah, DK Oldies has a gold mine, because when you search Google, like, where to buy retro games, or like literally anything about buying retro games, that will probably be the first, if not one of the first results. And when you're really like inexperienced, if you go to a store that seems to have thousands of sales, you trust them. You just believe that, oh, these have to be the going rate of games, because look how many people have bought and left feedback. They prey upon the non-collectors and the inexperienced. Really love these Final Fantasy XI remixes. People that play 11 LA, they know what's up right now. They're bringing out the good ones. Gaseous Snake slithering in with 92 months. Thank you very much, Gaseous, for the 92. DKLD's also parts out their games. Their main buyers didn't even care about CIB. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't follow anything having to do with DK Oldies. I don't even bother watching the videos on them. But I know that they're kind of shady. New Sonic Racing looks promising. Yeah, I would have recommended playing the beta for it that was just out for the demo that was out for like a week or so you can try it out. I am probably passing on it. It's just not really what I want out of a kart racer with Sonic. Too many other games coming out in that time frame, and unfortunately it just didn't grab me the way I hoped. Most people seem to like it though, so I don't want my impression of the game to hold anybody back. Try it yourselves. But unfortunately, I'm pretty picky when it comes to those kind of kart racers. Secret Rings is coming back down. There was a point where Secret Rings was like 20 bucks with the Sonic movie hype. Am I done with Silk Song? I plan on going back to it one more time to try and take down that boss that's supposed to be super difficult. But I wanted to give it a little more time for people to finish the game. And we'll go from there. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to continue playing a 35-hour Metroidvania if people are just like, you know, not super into watching it. It is what it is. There's a lot of other things that I can play leading up to October at this point. I definitely got my money's worth out of it, though. I definitely had a few really good streams with it. You know, I'm not like flying over the moon about it. So it's still a very like 8 out of 10 kind of game for me. At least I know now how Hollow Knight plays. They nerfed the difficulty at some point? Where? Like, how did they nerf the difficulty? In the game as a whole, or just certain fights? Love Snowboard Kids. You would have liked my Snowboard Kids streams that I was doing last year, I think it was. I was grinding for world record in Rookie Mountain, the first track in the game. And I did get it. My time is, in my opinion, nearly unbeatable. If you look on YouTube, just search my name with Snowboard Kids, Rookie Mountain, you'll find the run. Some of the bosses were toned down. Wow. The whole game was toned down. So do you mean if I go to play the game now with that boss that I was at with the bells, like the bell door, it's going to be a little easier? The spikes and stuff only do 1 damage now instead of 2. Well, that feels like a welcome change, honestly. Them doing 2 damage always seemed kind of shitty. Personally, I think the only thing that should be dealing 2 damage is like an ultimate attack from a boss or something. There's a racing game that has Atlas on the box on Sega Saturn. I wish I remember the name. Looks solid. That's High Velocity, I believe. High Velocity. This one? It's a good game. Yeah, I feel like little arcade racers. And the nice thing is, it's not that expensive as far as Saturn goes. There's a version of this on PS1. Forget the name off the top of my head, but you can technically play a very similar game on PS1. What's better, Hollow Knight or Bubsy 3D? I mean, they're just such different games. Obviously, Hollow Knight would be, it's a more refined game. You couldn't even make the argument that Bubsy 3D is more monumental, because Hollow Knight is also a very monumental game for, like, the Metroidvania genre. I would always defend Bubsy 3D for being one of the earliest innovators on how to deal with a 3D space with jumping and camera work. It didn't do it perfectly, but that game is more important than people think. Think of it this way, if Mario 64 wasn't a thing, the benchmark for 3D platformers at the time would have been Bubsy 3D. For 3D platformers in, like, a console. With camera work and all that stuff. You could always watch my old video that I did where I defended Bubsy 3D. That was a fun one. I think I explained it better back then because I was fresh off of having played it. I have not played Gal Racer, no. Do I click retro PC games? I wish. I wish. I'm too scared to buy retro PC games because I'm just worried about compatibility. They're a headache to get working, and I'm not very good with that kind of stuff. Believe me, if I had a fail-proof way, and people have given me, like, links to things to, you know, for compatibility. I gotta, like, look back into some of that stuff. But if there was a way where no matter what PC game I bought, no matter what year it came out, if I could pop that thing in my PC and play it, no issues whatsoever, oh, I'd be so deep. I'd be so deep into it. But it's not that simple. I think I'd have to, like, limit myself to certain years with, like, programs that force the compatibility on, like, Windows 11. But the last thing I want to do is spend money on a retro PC game and then find out that I can't even play it. I'm scared to do it because that's what happened to me. Back in the day, I picked up Wizardry 8 because the only way to play it was to buy the physical version. It wasn't on Steam, wasn't on GOG. You had to buy a physical copy. Wasn't cheap at the time, and I could not get it to work on my PC. So I was like, never again. I'm done buying old PC games. So, yeah, I'm just a little too hesitant. unless I can get confirmation before I buy it that it will work. Yeah, at the time, the info out there was not readily available on that guy. I know there's like a whole video on him now. But yeah, back then there wasn't as much information on him. I love this. If it had Sonic instead of Silver, I would have been interested. Dog paw prints. It looks like it's in the casing of like a PSP. I used to like playing these kind of water games when I was younger. One of my grandmas used to have quite a few of those I'd play when I visited. They were fun. Hello, Ralph. Yeah, the only time I really play a lot of retro PC stuff, I do, some retro horror games during October sometimes. Last year I played some really weird, obscure ones. Because at least those I can kind of pre-screen them ahead of time and download some, like, compatibility stuff. Realms of the Haunting. Yeah, I'm aware of that one. Luckily, I believe that is on GOG, or Steam. Yeah, Horror Month will be coming up soon. I'm gonna attempt doing Horror Month on... I mean, I guess I would do it on the main channel, I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. If people don't seem too receptive to it, then, we'll just stick to Twitch. Maybe I'll do some of the bigger games on my main channel and then the more off-kilter things on the second channel. I don't know. We'll see. I'm just like, people on my YouTube are not used to like daily gameplay streams on the main channel. That's the one thing I worry about. Yeah, there's so many exclusive, weird PC games. I'm definitely open to exploring them, but... like I said, I just... the idea of buying a game that I can't actually play would suck. Maybe if I open my eBay store again, that way if I do buy something and I just, for whatever reason, can't get it to work, and I could at least just sell it on there. I've been close to reopening it soon. So I got a lot of trading card shit I gotta sell. So it would be, you know, games and cards. But I'm not sure I want to do that. Man, I wouldn't have the time to really be doing that kind of stuff in October, though. We'll see. Maybe November. What's up, 30? Yeah, we were just talking about it. Nothing too crazy in Sega World here. It's not terrible for a complete in-box Splatterhouse. There's always a catch. There's always something wrong with Splatterhouse 2 and 3, especially 2. Manual's a little rough. One of the hardest Genesis games to find really good condition. I definitely look forward to playing Splatterhouse 3 on Evercade eventually. Because I can finally play that game with an arcade controller, like it's meant to be played. Playing that game with a regular gamepad is very difficult, because you're meant to do like a lot of 360-degree attacks, which is very hard to do with the D-pad. I bought an arcade stick specifically for that game on Genesis, and the arcade stick was broken. I was pretty mad about it. I bought it from Japan too, and yeah, I'm not shipping it all the way back to Japan, so it is what it is. It wasn't that expensive. But yeah, my first playthrough of Splatterhouse 3 was not the best because of that. Have I played Return of the Obra Dinn? I have not. No, I have not played that. Yeah, thank you, Zim. I gotta rearrange my shelf with my Shadow of the Colossus and Eco stuff and make some room for it. Wouldn't be a bad video to make. Do a little video kind of like updating what it looks like now. I haven't really added too much to it over the years. There's not too much you can add to that, honestly. There's only so much stuff out there. Soul Blazer? Man, I think I tried playing Soul Blazer long ago. I really don't remember what I thought of that game, to be honest with you. It's been too long. I have not played Earthworm Jim 64. That's definitely one of my most, like, curious N64 games that I really want to try at some point. System Shock. I think I only tried playing System Shock 2, like, 15 years ago, and I don't think I made it far, so I'm not sure what I would think of it now. I think now I'd have a completely different perspective on it. Ripper? Not sure if I've ever looked up Ripper. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen this. Oh, it is on Steam. Oh no, wait, that's a different game. See, I don't think there's any... Yeah, there's no way to play this. There's no Steam or GOG entry. Oh, it's a My Abandonware game. If I can find a way to find a compatibility way to play it, I'll look into it. Yeah, once in a while I like a good janky FMV game. Played a really good one last year. Forgot the name of it. Oh, I have no idea, Phoenix. Yeah, would you guys recommend playing the System Shock remake or just playing the original? Like, is the remake a good way to play it for the first time? It's a good way to play it. How long is the remake of System Shock about? For one, do the remake, okay. Well, if I ever consider that for Horror Month, that's the way I'll do it then. Controls made no sense. Okay, well, thank you for the warning. Let's see, System Shock. I don't know which one they're showing me here, so okay, the remake they're saying 16.5 hours. Yeah, that's it's pretty long. There's only so many 3+ stream games I do per October. But we'll see what happens. Do you really have to play 1 before 2, though? Did they ever do a remake of 2? I don't really remember, honestly. They released a remaster of it. Did they port that to consoles, or is it only on PC? Let's see, System Shock 2 remaster. 13.5 hours. That's a little more, even though I think this is for the original. Well, it probably shouldn't matter at that point. Yeah, it's a little shorter. The first result I see is a question that says, why is it taking me so long to finish this game? Yeah, that would be me. Think it'll bore me? The first game or the second game? Takes forever for stuff to happen and it's labyrinth-like. Yeah, that does sound like something that would drive me a little crazy. Wow, Illbleed ND2 sealed? What? That can't be factory sealed, is it? Two factory sealed copies? How is this not sold? Oh wait, oh they're only selling D2? Wait, what are they doing here? It says D2, it doesn't mention Illbleed. Both are sealed and new. Illbleed has a crack on the cover near the M. Why does this feel too good to be true? How is that possible? $300 for two sealed copies. Like, I'm gonna link it, but I'd approach with caution. I don't know, just Illbleed alone is hundreds of dollars, not sealed. Here, I'll link the seller for YouTube. Right? Or did Illbleed go down for a sealed copy or like copy in general? Let's see. Yeah, it hasn't gone down. It's $250 for a non-sealed copy. Now, this is weird. I don't know. This is either an incredible deal or there's something going on here. I'd be careful. Yeah, I'll probably pass on the first System Shock, then I'd probably just jump straight into 2. I haven't played either of them, Turner, so I couldn't tell you. Second. Alright. I think we're gonna wind down the stream here, but before you go, I'm just gonna link you guys one more time. Hey guys, this is from my card game channel. So for those of you that enjoy Pokemon, vintage Pokemon cards, I did upload a new video to my card game channel today that I think you might enjoy. It's another one of those buyer's point of view things. So instead of games, it's Pokemon cards. So if you're looking for something to help wind you down for sleep tonight, you can check that out. Put the link in Twitch and YouTube. I also opened memberships on that channel today as well, and I have a extended edition of the video as well for those of you that want a hour and 20-minute version of this video instead. But yeah, just something to check out before you go to sleep. Other than that, I'm going to be playing Hell Is Us this week. That should probably be the next stream. I've been looking forward to that on the PS5 copy. And we'll probably do a Final Fantasy XI stream at some point in the coming days as well. So I'll be on the lookout for that. But thank you for a great stream as always. Thank you on the YouTube side. Thank you for all the likes. Remember to leave a like on your way out. We're almost up to 100. So thank you for everybody over there. I think that's a new record for the past many streams, so thank you. And I don't think I'm forgetting to say something. I always forget, like after I end the stream, I'm like, darn, I forgot to tell them about such and such. I think that's it. Anyway, you guys have a good night. See you next stream.